Okay, is it working now? Yes. Alright, welcome back, comrades. Hoping that my voice is up to the task this time, but we shall see. I just gotta get the word out to some places. Also, get the game running, of course. Here we go. Now, what else? Right. Okay, is that coming through okay? Yes. Yes, it is. Ah! Very nice fire. Good to hear Twitch isn't giving you issues this time. Now, I just gotta get the advertising out. Wait, what? Copy this. There we go. Okay. And here. And here. Here. And here. Did I? Yeah, I posted here already. No, I didn't. There. I think that'll do it. Yep. Wait, hang on. Okay. Alright. So that part's done. Now I just need to... do this. Okay. Checking one thing here. Okay. So just put that down here for now. Put this over to here. And we are... and things are rearranged. Alright, so let me get caught up on the chat here. How am I? I'm doing pretty well. The crunch is starting to hit for research again, but that's life. I still have time for this. To be fair, if it was never really a huge issue, I was just dumb and forgot every time to check if the tab was muted. Okay. Yeah, no, I still know it can be annoying. Didn't know, so that's good. Yep. You said hi before in the platypus stream. The platypus stream. I'll be honest, totally didn't catch a lot of what was said between me accidentally exiting stream and getting lag because phone bad. Okay, fair. I don't think it was anything of consequence. But if you really wanted to see, you could go back and check the recording, because I do keep those. And yes, hello, Aurum. Thank you for coming. So, start playing from this save data, yes. Right. Okay, we stopped here when I had successfully, yes, overturned the verdict. That's 4 jurors! 4 for not guilty!
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo! Victory!
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Yeah, sorry, Aram. I was trying to be I was trying to be live on time, but just as I was coming in here from my lunch, Dad was like, "Hey, I need you to watch the dogs because I gotta run downstairs for a few minutes," and he was more than a few minutes. So, sorry about that. Apparently you're not allowed an extension because there was a deadline for asking for an extension. And oh, I didn't see that first part. Okay. What's he gonna do? Oh, yeah, he's yeeting the chalice again. I'm actually still a little sick, which is actually worse from yesterday, so that's not super helpful, especially because I still have uni stuff you need to submit on Monday. Oh yeah, that sucks, dude. Oh, there is no tentacle thing on screen. Let me go fix that. Do this, do this. Chatbot, chat commands. Can't believe Perry forgot to turn this off. There we go. It's done. We'll see. I wonder if he was planning to take over the rest of my days too. Also, watch this. I don't think that'll work if you're on mobile, but anyway, what did I miss here? Let's find out. I thought I spaced it out right so that it would look right. I can't. You can't put new lines in Stream Elements messages. Anyway, you have spoiled the bouquet. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. What is he doing? But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what do you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
You flurry mouth pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no!
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? Oh yeah, that would be nice. You can't do that on you can't do that on desktop? That sucks. You have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gasman's honor.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas.
I use 2 screens fire. Wait, what?
Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont Gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Fair enough, fire.
Wahoo! Oh, yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
There's a little arrow in the top corner pointing away from a... Oh, you're telling him how to do it. Okay. I think she's telling you to click that little arrow and then put it on full screen. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont Gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it! Hang on. Ah, that's her name, Quimby Altamont. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Cheeks?
Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Obviously, he acted like he had a key and did the thing that way. Obviously. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. And look what he did. Seriously, seriously, the poor stands. Wow. Do what you will. Lord Van Zieks appears to be in a violent mood. Well, yeah, he probably just filled some poor some poor innocent bystander's head with glass shards. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places, and the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Alright, what we got?
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Oh, so you're the collection agent. Do they charge extra to sit in the splash zone? At this rate, I think they might charge extra not to sit in the splash zone. So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That'll do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. Really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. The splash zone is where previous convicts sit so they can accidentally die because of the curse of the Reaper Man. You know, that's really smart, Fire. I actually love that idea. Is that where Natsume? No, Natsume's the defendant here again. Yeah, he's probably gonna end up there twice.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say, really, but as you wish.
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually.
And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Yeah, because they have to pay to get the gas going. Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks! He's been pinching gas off us for ages!
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Do they know for certain Actorman has the latest gas machine model? I'm pretty sure someone as I'm pretty sure bees as studious as these two would notice something like that. Yeah, they'd know.
Took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special!
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of threepenny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare, you what? I said, you what? You what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere. Not a single sign.
This is the lock-picking lawyer, and today we have a special kind of lock known as a Shamspeare Special. Imagine.
And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh,
Right here.
is this going to be entered into evidence? I'm going to have to examine this and find something, aren't I? No wonder they call you metermen.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You know those little wax things that were in the bars of soap? Here, let me show you with this Lego figurine. Yeah. This lock features an inexcusable design flaw that would allow an unskilled picker to get free gas. Here, let me show you with this Lego figurine. Yes. See, yeah, you know those bars of soap with the weird little coin slot things in them? Yeah, I'll show you what I think is happening here. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Okay. So, you see this thing? Yeah, there was a little reddish medallion in the center of this thing, remember? In here. Reddish medallion. I think that those reddish medallions are fake coins that are being used to get gas. That's what I think. So let's compare the size of the coin slot to the size of the medallion. That's a very sturdy-looking padlock, isn't it? Didn't they comment that the soap was kind of expensive? I thought they commented the opposite, that the soap was really cheap and probably had some sort of poison agent in it.
And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo! Mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, they probably said that. It looked like it'd be an expensive soap because of the coin thing pressed in the middle. Yeah, exactly. And does it, like, evaporate when heated or something? It's the lock, this thing, this thing. Okay. Oh, there's a hole in the bottom. Hello.
Oh, what's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear?
Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Somehow. They combed over the box and didn't see that hole. No, Fire. They combed over the normal box, not the Shamspear special. They said they didn't say anything about combing over the Shamspear special. The cost of the soap isn't relevant if it's just a mold. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Okay, is there anything else that I need to know about the structure of this thing? The gas parts, gas thingamajig. Nope, I think that's everything. Yes, there were three. There were 3 bars of soap fire. It does say that you need to put 3 coins in the thing to get 2 hours of gas. So 3 bars of soap. Let you make 3 fake coins. And then they melt through the bottom. And it's done. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Ugh.
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Yeah, it's been tampered with.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it!
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh! What? What?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meter's not supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a fire through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
You need to literally not have eyes to not see that hole. I think they were focusing on the lock. Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny bit?
I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord.
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they did as a fine. We live for moments like that as Gaspin do. Live for them.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Woohoo! We're out for gas! We're out for cash! Altamont all the way!
That's quite enough of that.
Remind me, how big are threepenny bits?
About 3/4 of an inch across.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Leave it.
Let us return to the testimony.
Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated.
I remember seeing someone using one of those trolley coins and attaching string to it to put into a vending machine, buy something, then take the coin out and use it again. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's one thing that that Shamspear could have done, but I think he's using the wax coins. How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. On every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says, "Get thee to a nunnery."
Hamlet, indeed.
Wring the bloke's neck. Had all I can stand, I can't stand no more. Got a head all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
Yeah, that's fair fire. But how can Mr. Shamspear possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
What?
Good lord! Eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quimby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used. You doctor pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No, I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nepalese friend was clearly under. You know, this is interesting. Now, instead of me being the defense and him being the prosecutor, effectively he is the defense for Shamspeare and I am the prosecution against Shamspeare. It's funny. Ugh. Ugh. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to their testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh, it might seem the two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas? What if I present this?
Objection.
No, that's not it. That last statement was contradictory in a number of ways, I think you'll find.
In a number of ways, you say.
That's right, my lord. In a number of ways.
Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Counsel.
Ugh. I made a bit of a mess of that. In a number of ways, actually. Okay, fine.
Hold it.
Let's switch it to the dismantling one. How can the meter be dismantled? That number being 0. Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Oh yeah, nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see.
No coins, no gas, no nothing.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Hold it.
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its welded steel construction significant, or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, maybe we should try a different tack here, like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Okay, so we've seen all of this already. Hang on, I have another idea. Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across. Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah! Do you think... We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes. Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. Oh, there were 2 bars. Okay, never mind. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? The details of the bar of soap have been updated in the court record. There. Now can I present the soap? Oops.
Objection.
There we go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as the threepenny bit! What was it? The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap? What's so important about the soap is this part here.
Got it.
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away! Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word! It couldn't be more snug!
Santa Claus just mugged the jury. Yep. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it! So, your assertion amounts to what? To what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you can use some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time!
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link.
Yes, it was a mold. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense! If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
Oh, did he think of something? I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. BRB gonna go do it. Oh, imagine. Imagine. There has to be some sort of check against that in machines these days, because come on! There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth?
Apparently now you're wanted for forgery. That was fast fire. That was very fast. Not again. Yeah. You gotta think about these things, Fire. Come on, man. There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
Right here, Your Honor.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Thinking isn't fun, though.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Medeman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. They used stuff that melts at room temperature, but when he went to use them, they were frozen solid. And then when they melted, they just drained out the hole. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice? Did some carbon-based life form just say ice?
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. Oh, the coins were made of ice. Straight up. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Cute mouse on Lawyer Man's shoulder. I don't remember if no, I did not give the mouse a name. You can pay coins to you can pay anyone in the chat can pay credits to give the mouse a name if they wish.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence!
Sorry?
I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof!
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory?
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A trace of something, huh? The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas is... It's not that. It's not that. It's not the teacups. There's no trace of ice in here or anything. The mouse is now called Dog. Very well. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, no, Mr. Naruhodo, never. Okay. Oh, this wet stain on the floor underneath the... Yep, it's this.
Take that!
Here we go. Let's make Dog proud. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Right here. Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah!
Yeah. Look at little Dog there. Paws on hips. Yeah. They know we got this. We got them. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful!
And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half.
You're right!
It would appear to me then, Counsel.
Yeah. You think Dog is another, what's his name? Remy? Imagine.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Vengeance.
You mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes.
You'll bet Zeke's man is being controlled too by a bat.
Well, that remains to be seen. We shall see if this is rat versus bat. Gonna call it man. Ha. Yes. So wait, back up. Remember last stream of this, when Sholmes was saying that this guy was clearly eating soap, and that's how he got poisoned? And then we had to disprove that? And now suddenly it's looking like Sholmes was right the whole time? Wow. Wow. He was so he was eating the soap to try to destroy the evidence, maybe? Do I have to undisprove that? Seems so, Fire, seems so. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Oh. Oh. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Ugh. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Taking so long, messages taking so long to go through now. You may just have to refresh the page. I know that helps me sometimes.
Good gracious!
Where did he get a second bottle of... What is happening here?
Lord Van Zakes! Lord Van Zakes!
I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
You were hoping he'd actually eat the soap. That'd be way more entertaining. Well, yes. Oh, you know, I think I know what happened now. He broke the soap bar. I like to think behind his desk he just has like what bars have with... He just has like what bars have with all the bottles and whatever else. Given this guy's reputation, I wouldn't be that surprised, Fire. But no, pieces are starting to come together now. He had his tea with Natsume. The tea was fine for both of them. And then after Natsume left, Shamspear was trying to extract another coin from one of his bars of soap. Then he broke it, and then one of the pieces landed in his tea. And he poisoned himself by accident. That's what I think. That's what I'm starting to think has happened here now. One of the pieces of that broken soap bar landed in his tea. That's what I think. Because we know Natsume finished his right away, but Shamspear was slower to drink it.
What is the meaning of this, Council? What is the meaning of this, Council?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well... that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well...
we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise.
With how much Van Zeeks is drinking, I'd believe he did just throw the bottle on accident. Yeah, probably. Dog is also controlling Susato. How is that possible? Is Dog like telekinetic or something? Or telepathic?
Suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
No, everything you said is true, but that does not mean that the defendant did it. I still think that the victim poisoned himself by accident by breaking that bar of soap. Dog is God backwards, so he's like omnipotent and stuff.
Maybe. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
You what?
Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo!
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? No! This isn't over! The defense will not rest!
What?
But, counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. He knows everything that's going on, is personally controlling both of them to solve the case. I thought that was me. Am I Dog? Is Dog controlling me? Oh boy. Harry's not going to be happy about this one. Notice how Lawyer Man could easily just use his sword to kill the Prosecutor Man and postpone the trial, but Dog doesn't allow that to happen because that'd be less boring. Honestly, at this rate, I would think killing the Prosecutor Man would be more boring.
Don't be absurd! What is this nonsense?
Huh. No wonder my headset doesn't fit. Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, the poison was in the tea, yes. Or... hang on. It's definitely not this. Dog is also controlling the platypus, don't worry about that. That's just it, though. I'm not sure he's going to be happy about that. Normally he's the puppeteer, not the puppet. Was someone else responsible? Was there another visitor? Was there? No one suspects the psychic mouse named Dog. Like I say, that explains why these why this headset doesn't why this headset doesn't fit. My ears are too big. Should have thought of that. I'll try this first.
We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Okay, yeah, this is the right one. As I said, the situation has changed. Because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
I wonder if they can test the stain. They have to extract the tea from Mustache Man. Let's try this first, because there's a tea ring.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to the tea in some small way if we dig deep enough.
Then you will be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend.
Oh,
Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion.
sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm.
Then I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again this time. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Can I examine this again? Can they test the tea ring? No. Okay. Back. Is it this photograph again? Small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects, high likelihood of the substance having mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Okay. Broken when the man collapsed after the... Okay. Yeah, the broken soap bar.
Take that!
It's not this either.
Take that!
Soap?
Good gracious!
It's the soap? Oh, that's right. These guys don't... This always trips me up. I always forget that there are things that people don't know and that I need to point out using whatever. Because there being poison in the soap was something that Sholmes said before, and we just kind of agreed that that was the case.
The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
As a rule of thumb, always assume every NPC has a single-digit IQ. I always forget that, Fire. I always forget that.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red.
The ice was red? No. You mean...
That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Oh, this is actually not what I was trying to say.
What?
I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. Murder ice. It had to be blood. Yeah, that would be... I'd guess that sooner than tea.
That evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never!
Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains at the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Strychnine at all.
You smug Nipponese!
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
One big disc-shaped drop.
Yep.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once!
Yes, my lord. Understood.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. If it actually does contain poison, though, what does that actually prove? Couldn't they still say it was Catman that put the poison there? I think no. What they're going for here is if it does not contain poison, then that means that Natsume did not poison the tea. But I'm suspecting that they would find poison in it anyway because it was sitting in the soap, right? Or maybe the soap doesn't dissolve in the tea. Yes. It'd be good to figure there was no poison there, but you need to figure out how else the person fell almost. Yeah, how else the guy took strychnine and went comatose. I think that a shard of the soap landed in his tea, and he swallowed it without noticing. But maybe he didn't drink any of the tea, and he used all of it to make the coins instead. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, my lord! I guess we'll find more details here now. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
To be continued right now. Okay. He wasn't about to have a forever nap. Maybe. Okay. 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Okay, so there's one thing I gotta do for an achievement here. Okay. At some point I'm gonna see a bottle, and I need to investigate it. You think they'll find the tea clean, but the soap not. Yeah, we're thinking that the strychnine came from the soap arm because it was part of its composition. Is a gas leak possible, maybe? I don't think so, Fire. I don't think strychnine would be in the gas. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that.
Is everything all right?
I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma.
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san.
I think they 100% found strychnine in his body. That's what the autopsy report says anyway. And yes, good to hear that even that far back drivers still sucked. Yep.
I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us.
Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Oh, I've already done this. Okay. Verse. Might as well get these done. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand.
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea.
Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Oh, which one is that?
Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it.
We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
Ah yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. And now she calls me out on phrasing.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case... how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. You like how Lawyer Man tells Susato Lady off for wording when Dog is the one controlling them both. Yep, classic Dog. Dogs gotta keep things entertaining, right? But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around. I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Why, thank you, Fire. Yes. Sorry there. My sister was messaging me about something work-related, but done with that now. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we can ask him about that. Ryunosuke's to Dog's voice. You're gonna have to be clearer there, Aurum. Yeah, exactly. What does Dog sound like?
because
Bill is dog. Well, if I'm dog, and I'm just giving Ryunosuke my normal voice. So hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Mickey Mouse? Oh boy. We're gonna do this again. What do you think, Aurum? You're the one who paid the points. I'm holding it here because this is a Ryunosuke line. You're just here to cause problems. You don't know many popular mice. The only other one that comes to mind is Jerry, who doesn't really speak except for like a couple of movies. Yeah, that's fair. Though, yeah, I can see, let me think. Roller skate droid from Star Wars. I don't know that one, but I did just think of something. I hope I don't get it too confused with Van Zeeks. Yeah. See, there is this one character that was kind of a parody of Mickey Mouse in that he was the result of a scientist poking around with anatomical modifications to lab mice to make them look like Mickey Mouse. One of them in particular, known as Mr. Scruffles at the time, kind of went full Russian Revolution, changed his name to Vladimir, and tried to and staged a coup d'état in the scientist's like prized project of some robot girl, and took over her body. Yes, exactly, Fire. I'm gonna see if I remember how he sounded. I'm just gonna look up a reference here real quick. Vladimir. Here we are. Okay.
Tyranny of Dr. Wakeman. Tyranny of Dr. Wakeman. Our once strong, thick tails have been made thin, stringy, and
Have been made thin, stringy, and lean.
our subtle, sensitive ears black.
Our subtle, sensitive ears blackened and misshapen.
Forepaws mutated into swollen, freakish
Hands! Okay.
Yeah, brain would work. Yeah, I think honestly, there's also I honestly think that sorry if it looked like you were trying to throw out demands for what docs just sound like. Yeah, some weren't even real suggestions because yeah, that's right. Okay. I honestly think that if I were to try Vladimir, he would sound too much like Van Zeeks because of my own voice range. So I think the brain is a good idea. I think the brain is a good idea. That's I can do that voice well enough. And I can certainly relate to the taking over the world vibe. You have a fix, Bill? Fire. Okay. I need to go back and check the... Oh! Okay. Okay, that works. That works. Hands! Okay. Okay. But Vladimir's voice is a bit higher pitched than Van Zeke's anyway. So, Zeke's man is now Batman. Alright. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then, after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. Oh, the Count? Yeah, the Count would be funny. I'll do Batman for now, and if you want to change it again, then you can change it again with more points. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Just change it next stream? Fair enough. Kazuma! Won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. Fair point, Fire. Fair point. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, sorry. One day what? Oh. No, never mind. Huh? Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. By the way, this is the guy. If you're curious about what I meant about Russian Revolution Mouse. I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream.
Oh, right, yeah. It's those sorts of clips aren't available outside Canada. Crap. I forgot about that. Yeah, they only let you see that if you're in Canada for some reason. Yeah.
And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Okay, here we go. I'll try to recite this. I'll try to speak along with the speech. I'm gonna need to mute the game for a second though, because I can't hear it over the music. Open volume mixer. Here we go. Let's turn that down. Not all the way, but there. Is that good?
Tyranny of Dr. Wakeman are once strong, thick tales.
Our once strong, thick tails have been made thin, stringy, and lean. Our subtle, sensitive ears blackened, misshapen, and our sleek forepaws mutated into swollen, freakish hands!
All the mice scream.
But soon,
We will have the vehicle for our revenge.
He says as he's looking at the robot girl. Okay, I'll turn the game volume back up again here now. There we go. Close that now. All right, back on with this.
And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yes, that's right. But
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then. That's all.
Kazuma's true intentions.
Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
I mean this.
How long is left of stream? At least 2 hours, probably a little more. Why do you ask?
His katana?
I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma?
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. You ask because you're not certain if you can stay the whole time, which would be unfortunate because you actually enjoy watching it say, well, that's fair, Fire. I'm not in control of your schedule.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain.
Something you have to do. Something you have to do.
Yes. Cough is getting a bit worse, so it's not being a super fun time. Oh, that sucks, Fire. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Yeah. Sorry to hear. Sorry to hear. Another friend of mine caught COVID recently and is still struggling with it too, so everyone's just getting sick every which way. Kaz only wanted a good defense lawyer for his own crime.
Maybe. Of course I will. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. No, that's fair, Fire.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue.
I see.
February, Sholmes' suite.
Oh, Runo and Susie, hooray, you're back!
Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? In court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without the guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Narhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Oh no, Iris did it. Well, seems Iris is about to do something.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful! Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science!
Oh dear.
All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? I'd like to imagine Batman knows of Sholmes Man but sees him as nothing more than an annoying child. Probably. Lord Barak Van Zieks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Tame. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. Like a SpongeBob-Squidward relationship? Oh, yeah, I can totally picture that fire. Absolutely, no question. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zieks' own hand.
As it happens, Miss Sosato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
How are my SpongeBob and Squidward impressions? I mean,
Well, I mean, I can do them, but the SpongeBob one kinda is a little straining, you know? Don't worry about it. I'll still try it if you really wanted me to. Ah!
Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? You want to say go for it, but you'd rather I not strain myself too much. Yeah, I mean, probably don't do it now, because today's not feeling like an especially solid day for my vocal cords, but
I will try to be more ready for it, say, come next week. So I can do that.
And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed.
And here you are facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing.
You want to say don't because don't? Well, if someone spends the points for it, then you're going to have to spend the points to undo it.
I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. All Japanese people.
Alright, let's keep talking about the foul smell.
So, what is that indescribably foul smell?
Ah, well, most probably this, I would say.
What is that?
My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my!
No way, in the game where 90% of the NPCs are racist against Japanese, there's a guy that's racist against Japanese. Well, I think what they're saying is that Van Zieks is especially racist against Japanese. I think it's like... How do I put this? I guess from the perspective of black people, it'd be like typical Southern grandma versus the KKK. He got to level 100 racism and was able to become super racist as a result. Yes. He's reached super racist 3 levels. Everyone else is just at super racist 1. SRJ.
Oh my! There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor.
Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior.
So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
To be honest, I'll bet the vampire attire wasn't even his normal clothes. It was a reward for... Well, I mean, regardless of what he leveled up in, clearly that's the case. He has to get to level 1000 to unlock the gold vampire suit. Well, we'll see if we can end his streak here, or maybe continue it, or we'll see what happens.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens?
It becomes undrinkable because suddenly your chemical is in the tea.
It's turned completely black.
And what a foul odor it's giving off! Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes,
and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Black liquid now? Gotta get him banned for griefing. Seen how many glasses in. Also a fair point, Fire. The glasses and bottles, the egregious levels of racism. Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times!
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato as myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Are Sholmesman and Iris just level 1 or level 0 racists then, whatever the game starts at, they seem at? Yeah, I think they're just level 1 racists. Indeed, it is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No!
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes! It's like Undertale where increasing your stats is a bad thing. Yeah, your LR, your level of racism. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but...
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. Oh, is this the Hound of the Baskervilles case? For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. So, your tea test. Is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Sholmes has got to be studying toe prints.
Oh, he's going beyond the toe. He's going for the whole foot. And the whole leg. Toes have skin, so you win. Fair enough.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as he doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later.
No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you would come with us.
You were?
Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago.
You feel like Sholmes is going to ruin a crime scene. Fingerprints are not as unique as they say. Yeah, logistically speaking, that doesn't surprise me, Aurum. And yeah, Sholmes might ruin the crime scene for all we know.
You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action.
Yes, I do recall saying something along those lines, but you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably, maybe. Well, I might.
Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival.
Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
Just checking one thing. Okay, I still have that. We're good. And I've already examined Iris. Okay, let's move. Let's go here. 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yes, I hear angry voices.
Uh-oh.
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken.
Yes. It appears our comrade in St. Bartholomew's has returned.
I gotta warn you, by the way, the cursor that you see on screen is not where I have the cursor from my perspective. Right now I am circling the head of the mouse from my perspective, for example. And here, yeah. And now my cursor is centered in inside the little top knot bun thing here. But you can see that the cursor that you see is a little bit above where mine is. The hospital mouse will now be known as Dog 2. Okay, I'll try to remember that.
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken.
I forget how she sounded.
Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting.
Right, I remember that voice now.
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustachioed villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest, I have vigour still. Behold my sham-spear dance! This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Dog 2 is basically the deity of health and healing, or whatever is related to that. Well, I mean, I'm sure that must be the reason that Dog 2 is still here, you know?
Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear?
Maui, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellows so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Oh, well, thank you.
But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
Okay, that is impressive that he can do that. Dog 2 is the sole reason these people are still alive. Honestly, with what we've seen of the rest of Britain so far, yeah, probably.
No, excellent.
Mr. Shamspear might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
Yeah, of course it was a threat. No mortal can bend a pole that way. Well, fun fact. Sholmes can. I distinctly remember reading a Sherlock Holmes book, like an actual Sherlock Holmes book, where apparently someone had left a bent, like, fireplace poker thing as at his doorstep as a threat, and Watson said something like. Then Watson said something like, I think he's trying to threaten you, Holmes, right? And but Sherlock just picks up the poker and unbends it with his bare hands. He's like, yeah, yes, I think they'll find I don't go down quite so easily. Yes, exactly. That's right. That's right, Fire. Yes. But yeah, no, that's my point, Fire. He's gonna have to go through Sholmes if he's gonna get to me. So I don't really have anything to worry about here. That's all I'm trying to say.
There's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Ah, Miss Green. Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Yeah, you're gonna name all the mice. Yeah, I've come to accept that now.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Hang on. Oh, okay. The wine bottle thing isn't yet, but it is here. Okay, we've already seen Dog 2.
So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Dog 3. No, you're gonna name it Cat. You're gonna name it Cat.
Well, yes. It really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days.
And Knuckles. Perfect.
Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no! I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
Patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
He or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet, look! I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
Don't be fooled, the patient is obviously running outside of the hospital. Honestly, from my volunteer work, that is a distinct possibility.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Susato.
Alright, so there was only that to say.
There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato.
What about the note on the cabinet? This one? Yeah, that's part of the cabinet itself, so that's just the same as whatever else. Wastebasket. This. It looks like we're done here. Alright, hold the fort while I'm gone, Dog 2. Okay. Mr. Shamspeare's room. 22nd February. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Can I pet Dog 2? I tried earlier, if you noticed, with this different sort of mouse, but he didn't seem to react.
Oh! Hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I'll know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it! I knew it!
Didn't see, but to be fair, your message is going through like a full minute after. Yeah. It's with the identification section at the Yard now. They're looking into it. Results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news, thank you!
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing, forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here.
Man, looking at that makes me hungry. Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes! What are you up to over there?
Okay, a minute is a bit much time to... Yeah, fair enough.
What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Oh, are we doing it already? Oh, we are.
What's all this?
Oh, so he built the goggles into the mask. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim.
A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup.
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Yeah, I know, right? This is his room. That's what I'm thinking, Fire. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Oh, this is a new game mechanic. Okay.
Spray! How do I do that exactly?
A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this.
Huh. What is that stuff? It's like fog!
A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea.
As you do.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore!
Yeah, I tried using space to paint the room, but it wasn't doing anything, so I had to click. Something you always liked was when a character in a game would tell you what button to press on your keyboard or controller, and other characters ask what the first person is talking about. Press the A button to jump. What? What do you mean, what's A button? Yeah, I've seen that in a few different places. I know what you're talking about.
Look! There are dozens of handprints here!
So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine.
Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture.
Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel.
Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery, then.
Seeing Sholmesman saying press the spacebar to do the thing, just like to Imagine Dog telling me to ask Sholmesman what a spacebar.
What is a spacebar? Oh, this spacebar? It doesn't even work!
Okay, we saw this already. I'm pretty sure I've sprayed everywhere. What? Oh. Must be over here. Cobweb? No. This thing? No. The candle? No. The chair? The teacup? The other teacup? The fork? No, we know his handprints are on the fork. This pillar thing? No. Anything in the court record I could... No. The lockbox. I did that already. The gas thing. Nothing came up. If Sholmes is talking about the controls, that means he knows the dog. He knows Dog is controlling everything. Well, yeah, of course he'd know. He knows everything. Remember? Oh! I thought I sprayed here already.
Oh, look at all this here.
Sholmes man finds Dog's antics to be rather amusing, so he lives and lets him do it. Besides, Dog lets Sholmes man do whatever he wants. Yep. Each just finds the other two entertaining.
Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Yeah, I was looking for an option to back out of the activity, but I wasn't seeing any, so clearly they want me to find something else.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ooh!
Perhaps he had a bad fall just here.
There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
Wait. Wouldn't this just be a... Didn't Shamspear and Natsume get in a fight in here? Spraying for 3 minutes, and literally the second you suggested exiting the thing, you found the prince. Yep.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation.
What about the fight?
Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
Oh, that floorboard comes out.
The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean?
He's a great detective because he can trip over things that no one else would even notice. Well, I mean, I've run into other characters like that, like Colette from Tales of Symphonia, if you ever played that game.
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment.
Yeah, that floorboard comes out.
What is it, Miss Susato?
Yes, the painting is probably covering something as well, Aurum. Although I found it weird that why would you put your hands in that specific position to move the painting? Wouldn't you be putting them on the painting rather than flat on the wall on either side of the painting?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo, one of the floorboards has popped out.
One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place?
Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Oh yeah, hand scanner you mean? Maybe. This floor is made out of floor. Using lasers to detect where his hands are. Yeah. I don't see any scanners there though. He must just be that good. Huh.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What'd they find?
It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat.
No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
Weird. How disappointing. Oh, maybe the important thing is inside the frame.
But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
There you are. Print for you. The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there.
I'm desperate to know. I mean, the game made the camera noises. I don't voice things that are already voiced by the game. That's always been a thing.
So am I.
I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long!
What is it, Sholmes?
I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends.
We're not friends.
No, I suppose not. Could you pay to have me voice the camera noises or noises made by machines and stuff in general? What about other sound effects? Well, if they are in the text boxes, then potentially, but I'm not sure how efficient that would be. A dismal failure.
Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill kill to know what was under that floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all.
Yeah, there has to be text for it. I have to draw the line there because otherwise I might not notice things. I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. Newspaper clipping, photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? I'm going to ask about all 3. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. Made the headlines down here in London as well. Bloke had been sentenced to death, you see. Nature got him first.
Oh my goodness, he'd committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder.
Ever played? Yeah, I've played Battle Block Theater. That was years ago, though. Would have loved to have Hattie Haddington say "smash" and "crash" every time Batman shattered a glass. I would have to look up sound clips from Battle Block Theater again for a reminder on how that sounds. But yes, I have played that. I think I 100%ed it too.
They say the all he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere. No one knows where. Now he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell. Some such was the headline.
Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor?
They're trying to find it.
I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got and sell it back at the yard, see if I can turn anything up.
Capital offender article has been entered into the court record. Yep. Was held in a criminal sentence to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his sleep remained undiscovered. I'm going to have to examine that, see if there's something on the back of it. Oh yeah, it is a really fun game, Fire. So, enjoy it.
So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me.
Oh, it's Garadeb and somebody.
Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course.
But who's this young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps?
He died of death. Yep. Well, he was about to die of death, but then he died of the deads instead. Moonman and some guy.
Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Really? Are you sure?
We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is.
Ah! Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
Yeah, Gregson Man is being surprisingly cool this time.
All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard.
Maybe if I find Garrett and show that to him, maybe he'll tell me.
I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it.
Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrett was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it.
Imagine if people actually acted like Sholmes thinks they act.
Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case.
A dismal failure. Yeah, could definitely have that on a shirt.
I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Shamspeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder.
Open the tin box. Stop having it be closed. Ooh! It's Fire's favorite.
Oh, look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name?
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the Cat's Meat Man.
I pet cat.
No touchy cat while eating.
Aw, kitty.
Susato, you just happened to have cat food on you? I guess so.
He couldn't be happier now. Look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
Alright, I need to examine the new evidence. Okay. This is the main thing. A what? I can't flip it over? Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shots of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. I don't think that was natural causes, personally. Crime scene is closed until the cat has finished his nap. Heh. Anything else I can do in here? We're done with Gregson. Okay.
That was a cheeky little meow, a guy.
know, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to.
Would dog and cat not get along? My heart very nearly stopped when Mr. Shamsphere suddenly sat up like that. This is where poor Miss Green was struck down. Relief. Okay. I think they want me to go to the prison, based on what Susato is saying. Why even keep playing the rest of the game? It'll just go downhill from here. Well, not necessarily fire. There may be more cat. But yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Aurum, but dog is a little bit afraid of cat because mouse. Not super afraid, but slightly nervous. Just instinctively.
Oh, Mr. Natsume is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello!
I am a cat.
Sorry?
I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality.
Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then?
As yet, I have no name.
Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume?
I am not a cat.
It worked! He's back in the real world!
Oh, what's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate!
Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent, in court, in my lodgings!
Your Honor, my client is innocent on account of the fact he is actually a cat and is not capable of committing murder. I mean, I'll try it next time we're in the Bailey.
Here, there, everywhere!
What's he looking straight at me for?
Yes, really cool Easter egg indeed.
I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss.
Oh, yes, we must. In my whole life have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more.
Van Zeeks is also a cat? No, I thought Van Zeeks was a bat.
Moved me more, but if I just blocked those out, then today being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak.
There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soski certainty.
Zeke's man is merely being controlled by a bat for now. Well, basically what I meant.
tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot.
You just remembered you paid to have Zeke's-Man be Batman, and he's not made another appearance yet. Well, hopefully we'll have another appearance before the end of this stream.
We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
At the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shamspear.
That rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh, yes. You said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me!
Capital offender.
Oh no. Well, thanks for watching, Aurum. Hope to see you again here before we end, but if not, that's okay. Good luck with whatever's calling you.
Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps!
Idea.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry. Sorry?
Present the soap? After this, sure.
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings!
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much-maligned Japanese man!
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit.
Capital offender Selden. Yeah, no worries, Fire.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
I think it's more like the convicts' conspiracy, personally. And it probably wasn't Van Zeek's. We know now that despite appearances, he's actually relatively solid. It may, and we had our attention brought back to this case because it is relevant to something that's going on later on. We know that. Is this what Strongheart is behind? Enforcing Van Zeek's whole Reaper of the Bailey thing? Well, minus the one time it was Eggman, Ashley. Level 100 racist, but otherwise okay. Yeah, level 100 racist because of hacks that I am starting to think may not be that other Japanese guy's fault. They may also be Stronghearts. That's what I'm thinking. I'd like to know at the very least what exactly happened so I can pass judgment on Van Zeek's. But yes, level 100 racist. Something's wrong with my thumb. Okay. Wonder what level of... Strongheart? I think he's smurfing, personally. I think he has a, like, level 500... No. Not that high. I mean, he has... Fire, you said something about needing level 1000 racism to get the gold coat. He has the gold coat, so that means he's at least level 100 racist. But I think right now he's smurfing at something more like level 70. That's what I think. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
It's all coming together now.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
Is Strongheart going to be the final boss of racism? He's a max level racist. Yep.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas!
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrideb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling.
CEO of racism. Yep.
In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Garrideb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you?
It is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me.
Gas leak. The room has a gas leak. Final answer. $1 million question. Or £1,000, I guess, in this economy. That's what I think. I think it's possible that they said that the room was full of gas and the other guy had died of asphyxia. Maybe they flushed the room out after that, but now the gas is continuing to leak into the room, slowly but steadily. Not enough to kill a guy, but enough to make him hallucinate. and make him like this. Maybe that's why he settled down more once he was in Japan. Because he was away from the gas. His brain finally had time to recover.
The dead are trying to take me with them. They could come for me and try to suffocate me.
I do not know what one would call someone that rich in this economy. What did they call what's his face? McGilded. What did they call McGilded in terms of wealth? Go with whatever they called him. Though maybe probably 1 degree less than that.
They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up, and the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight.
Yeah, they called him generous and they called him evil. But what else did they call him anything in terms of like quantifying his wealth?
But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
There it is. There it is. He's hallucinating because there's gas. Maybe toasty.
But that's terrible! That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though.
Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms?
Alright, you asked for soap earlier. Here, have soap.
Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah, there it is! That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair! Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur! You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely, and I've made up my mind. The next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's... friendship finished firmly forever!
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume.
Does he know anything about this?
Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... Ah, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually.
Alright. Now they want me to go to the Garrideb's room. 22nd February, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. I'm just going by, like, Susato saying things like, do you know, I don't think we've been here a long time, or do you think we should check in on whoever else is here, or, yeah, there are some pretty obvious hints in her dialogue on selecting a place.
Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garrideb. Right bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
To be honest, when we first ran into this guy, I thought he was just going to be a one-off character for one case that was barely relevant to the main plot. But this is the third time he's shown up.
This guy is a gift that just keeps on giving. Can't wait for the last case to be against the Grim Reaper itself to prove that the dead people should not have actually died. Honestly, Fire, in a lot of other games that other Ace Attorney games I've played, the main prosecutor ends up being the defendant in the final case somehow. It happened to Edgeworth, it happened to Black Quill. Yeah, Maid Lady was awful. He's still bummed and resentful about that, but honestly, I think we did him a favor. That's what I think. Certainly did his lap a favor.
It's the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. You wouldn't be surprised if Maya Fey ended up as a defendant again, somehow, despite not even being born yet. I just saw the cup disappear.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. To be fair, if 2 people died and a couple others almost died in the span of just a few months, yeah, something's wrong with the house, whether or not it's ghosts. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. We'll ask about the lodgers.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh?
There's no need for that, Mr. Garydeb.
That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof?
That failed doctor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then.
And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden. The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then?
Shamspear's tenancy.
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. The tragedian showed his face. That actor fellow.
Really?
Yeah, Shamspear's after the goods. Shamspear is definitely after the goods. The hoard, the treasure that Selden left behind because he died in the clink. Ooh, there's like a crow or I think that's a crow outside. Just outside my window, strutting around the driveway. I guess it is that time of year. Anyway,
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible.
tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. This guy might be a Sith Lord at this rate. This guy could very easily be a Sith Lord.
Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing.
Spent a minute just to make sure you got the spelling right. Yeah, no worries.
Let me repeat that mine will unto thee.
Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate!
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. He was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say one or two words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
You were going to ask if he deals in absolutes, but he has done so. Yes, exactly, Fire. You get it.
What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then?
Now,
Not that one.
this one.
Who dis?
Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances.
Oh, the guy who was asphyxiated.
Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Wait, I'm confused. I thought Natsume's room was ground level or even basement. Oh wait, no, there's a boarded up window. Okay, yeah, I'm getting the relative floor levels mixed up.
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas alerted me it was.
Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. Once we got inside, we all barely collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
But even after you all had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the bally curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now!
Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me, actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
Oh no. Is that lady olive green?
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now?
Oh, is it a match for the torn off letter top thing that we found?
Ah, here it is, left it on my desk.
If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no!
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. That's going to play on my mind.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once! My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green.
There it is. I noticed a visual resemblance between Duncan and Olive.
Ah! Oh! Olive! Oh. Olive Green!
And yeah, exactly. Literally said that, then immediately afterwards, yeah, he doesn't know who it's addressed to, but it's right there.
The woman was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato.
Duncan, is there a Duncanot? Well, Duncan is Duncanot now because he's dead, you know? So, alright, let's move to Miss Green's hospital bed. Obviously, I have to go here and ask her about this. Also, this is the part where I examine the bottle for the achievement. 22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves.
Huh?
What is it?
There it is.
Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back.
Also, yes, nice job holding the fort, Dog 2.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright. She's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. How is Dog allowing this?
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it?
How is Ryunosuke not dead?
Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment.
Yep, achievement unlocked, down in 1. Alright, let's examine this.
This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
I'm only alive because Dog 2 is not letting... Yeah, but what about all the time I was in Japan? Can Dog 2 really get to and from Japan that quickly?
Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right, I should save peeking for gentlemen's effects only.
You mustn't do that either.
And maybe you, Miss Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, hmm?
Hospital discharge.
It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Right, this. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? And down she goes. Oh, there was still stuff in that. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did.
Oh, Miss Green, are you all right?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it.
Hey, it's your dead boyfriend. Yes, exactly.
But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now.
What's with the key on the necklace, by the way?
He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding.
And she blames herself for his death because of this. Is that where we're going with this? And that's what led him to Mr. Gary Debs.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green, she looks desperately sad.
I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question.
What? Mr. Scholz! I didn't realize you were here!
But of course I was, my dear fellow.
Realize you were here. Okay, I'm muddling up the accent again.
But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently from the shadows as always.
Well, make your presence known next time. Make your presence known next time.
Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you saw that before I did. Of course you did. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this.
As soon as I'm free.
Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart.
What do you mean?
There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation.
Alright.
All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
Oh no. Oh, I thought she did drink from it. Oh no. Oh no, Dog 2, you've made the ultimate sacrifice for your patient. No. No. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place.
Yes, I think it's falling into place. A moment of silence for our fallen comrade. Okay. Let's not let this sacrifice be in vain. Miss Green, on the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Did Shamspear give it to her?
Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently.
You do that, Susato.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life?
Ah! Ah!
Oh no, not this again. Well, at least it's being portrayed seriously this time, rather than comically, like with what's his face, the pawnbroker.
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison.
No! Miss Green, please talk to us.
Was that a suicide note? This here?
It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes is about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Okay, just to be sure, I'm gonna click this. Okay. Okay. I was just checking on the achievement list again. Yeah, the next missable thing isn't until part 3 of the trial.
10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
May he rest in peace.
Oh no! Oh, it's all my fault! What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
That matches up with the torn off letter thing that we have.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Not the hero we deserved, but the hero we needed. Absolutely fire. Absolutely. An apt eulogy.
Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th? Of this month? Of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time when the incident occurred. Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on. Does this mean that
Someone set her up to be stabbed?
Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad.
Oh, it was the Slug and Salad. Never mind, she didn't make it there.
Goodness.
So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine.
Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again.
Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, is that the end of the investigation? So we do get to hear the thing.
Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garrideb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not? They should test the soap too, just to be absolutely safe.
Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yes, Baroque Van Zieks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new day, a new dawn, for all of us. To be continued. I'll go a little bit into the trial here, just because Fire paid for the Van Zeke's Batman voice. Just to honor that, you know. Trial Part 2. Okay. Yeah, the trial's going to go on for quite some time yet, it looks like. Because I know there's a trial Part 3 from the achievement thing. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, are you a cat again? I think he's a cat again.
This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes. It's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything.
In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato.
Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah!
Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume.
Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've obtained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut.
I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example!
Oh yes. There it is. Inner calm.
You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you had abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet.
Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
I've actually reached an important decision myself.
Oh? What sort of decision?
I shall fill you in after the trial. Is this the decision that he's going to go back to Japan?
All right.
It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again.
The great detective? My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me.
Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately.
Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth, comrades, is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me.
Yeah, looks like someone's eyelids didn't cooperate after all, that's right.
I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all.
23rd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready.
Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right.
Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like.
Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all.
Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
Now, Lord Van Cheeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court, in relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. I actually really like this for Van Zeeks. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You wonder if there's a chance B-Lady has sabotaged the gas supply because of gas thievery. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe.
As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow.
Maybe not her directly, but someone under her command, like Popeye. Maybe.
And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it.
Yes! Sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
Yes! Yes! That's the tea! That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night! Well, Brains of the Yard analysed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea.
You doubt it too, but you're just wondering how gas leaks would keep happening even after the gas pipes had all been replaced. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. Maybe Popeye's in on it, but we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it.
Sweet. That makes that easy. No poison at all.
In other words, the tea the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. A typical Nipponese reaction.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But! What logic is that? Would you take a drop from the tame and conclude that the water in the ocean... Sorry. Would you take a drop from the tame and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Exactly.
Racist Batman. Yeah, it's a bit weird feeling. But I mean, Bruce Wayne is rich enough. So... And also, wouldn't he have problems with Easterners anyway, due to a certain other guy from another part of the East who trained him in the movies, and then tried to blow up, and then tried to make everyone in Gotham go crazy and blow it up? Right? We thinking of the same guy? Guy played by, I think his name was Liam Neeson. Yeah, the Liam Neeson guy. Maybe he was the guy who betrayed Batman, or Van Zieks, I mean. Who knows? But he's not Japanese though. He's more like. Where is Ra's al Ghul even from? Anyway,
Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of...
hang on.
Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspeare.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand.
There he is with the staff again.
Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given.
That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man's a rotten thief!
I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins and a tiny secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail!
There's the bee thing again.
Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends. I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
I mean, we kept the Skulkin brothers on for a long time, didn't we? This court's already a sham.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony.
And it's going to contradict the tea rings. Watch.
Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
The tea inconsistency.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the moulds of soap.
Yeah, that totally contradicts the teacups.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh, I knew that.
By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Ah!
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspear, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose.
You lied about stealing the gas. Why should we believe you now?
Well,
I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
I do think, just from the pattern that this game presents, I'm going to have to press one of those two statements first, though. Okay, good, I have my lives back. My cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison, whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Press that. It's either this one or the next one that contradicts the teacups. Here we go.
But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents, spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks.
I thought he said he used Natsume's tea to make the ice coins.
Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
Okay.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me.
Yes, of course. I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure that's it.
Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
I'll press this, and then I'll try presenting the teacups to the previous one, because Susato seems to be hinting that that the previous one is the one I gotta present something to.
Hold it!
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right?
To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't. And be very sure, sir, once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But, my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. 'Tis time for a Shakespeare dance! What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yeah. Yes, my lord. Why am I the one in trouble here?
Mr. Shakespeare, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, he used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die, I did make my choice many moons ago.
Alright. 2 statements back. Present this.
Objection!
There it is.
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question.
But that's impossible.
How, Choplogic? What is this, ye darky-clad fiend? Ye-clad fiend?
The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible?
What difference?
Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes. A tea ring. Commonplace enough.
Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink tea.
While it's on. While it's on.
I keep losing the voice and have to think of it again.
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After the several hours the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee to another ring!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
All right, I'll be wrapping this up fairly shortly, anyways. Fire. So thank you for watching. Go rest and rest well.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
You should not be helping him. This is aiding and abetting. You should stop. You should be quiet. You should be quiet. You should be held in contempt. Stop it. Stop it. Stop leading the witness. You are leading the witness. That is very illegal. You need to not do that. You need to stop. I think it's blood sample time in lieu of any other options.
Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night.
What?
Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court.
The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No!
What does this mean then?
I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favourites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. As an insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
My lord! If I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me?
I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. We all know the waif was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad said if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
What we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman.
I think they're about to all declare guilty and I do a summation examination. So I think that's a good spot to end off because that summation examination is going to take a little bit. Alright. Dinner's probably ready now anyways. So, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Be sure to follow if you haven't. Subs would be appreciated. I continue to work on the emoji, the emoji library for this channel. And don't miss Tuesday when hopefully I'll be finishing Super Mario Island, or Thursday when. I still have no regrets about pushing Perry to do the Skull Storm. I'm sure he can do it. If he is all that he says he is, of course. And speaking from experience, he is. No joke, at the very least. Well, anyway. That'll be all for today. Again, thank you so much for watching, and I didn't have any raid requests, and I'll check to see if anyone else in the cult is up for being raided. They are not. Alright, so I'll just end it off here now. Actually, wait, there is one other place I can check. And that is here. Who is live? Yeah, I'm not seeing any of my followed channels being live, so that'll do. That'll do. So, see you next time, comrades.